Die drones moeten een beetje stellen.
Sorry?
Die drones moeten een beetje stellen.
Kan je even bij komen? Ik weet niet wat je bedoelt. Nou, ik vind het niet goed. Ik vind het volstrekt niet goed. Nee, dat je moet uitstaan.
Kijk, deze is een plastic. Hier plastic.
Want hij heeft een 16 uur. Volgens mij moet hij niet spelen. Zij zit soms ook in de je hoort hele andere tonen. Nog een tweede toch? Dat is net gebeurd. Ja, hier. Ik weet niet of het hier is. Hij zegt kapot. We moeten niet geloven. Ik weet het niet. Ik zei nog kind.
Niet alleen de eerste, tweede, derde, de eerste, tweede, vijfde. Dat is mijn vraag.
Ja, die moet je altijd uitdoen. Dus als je dat te veel doet, het is een kwestie van het grote uitdoen. Ik merk het, ik voel het al. Hij is echt hij is naar de knoppen geholpen. Dat doe ik niet. Hij is niet om aan te horen. Weet je toevallig wat er gebeurt? Hij is niet meer op. Gisteren was hij nog van. Maar jij moest verstoten. Terwijl ze niet vergeet ze dat. Jawel, dan blaas je de lucht in van zinnen die Er is ook geen tweede.
Paolo is ook nog niet vloggebracht toen. We hadden alles naar zijn vloggebracht en die was Paolo er ook zo.
Nou, klinkt echt niet. Super aanvoelen. Schroeven zitten door.
Kruising.
Ja?
Kruising.
Ja, hoezo? Ben je wijn wel afgemaakt? Ja, dat is toch niet.
Ja, maar dat is ook. Training. Ready to park.
Pardon?
Ready to park.
Nee, dat is de brand. Ja? Paula.
Sorry? Yeah, I don't know what happened with the harmonium is broken again, so just trying to try choose one. Okay, I will. So we have our MRS will be late, so we can continue with kirtan. It says call Rimpo. It says call Rimpo.
Can I take those for
Yeah.
please? Namo Vishnupadaya Krishnaaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara the right melody. The harmonium is broken. It doesn't sound. It sounds really terrible. Something happened with the system. Would you like? So, we're going to try to get another harmonium. They're with the car. Went to some house and there's a harmonium there.
So there's no sound coming at all?
Sorry?
There's no sound coming at all?
Well, it sounds pretty horrible. And also the screws are loose now. It sounds quite terrible. You can try it. I think it's better not. You can try it, but I think it's better not play it. You understand, yes? You have good photos? You have?
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namo Bhagavan Sankirtan ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Gaur Premanand.
Welcome everybody to the Sunday Love Feast. Maharaj has had a program in Eindhoven. He's on his way. It's a lot of traffic, so it's a bit delayed. So we can just continue with kirtan. It's expected like to come in 15-20 minutes. So he will arrive. So if you want to continue a little bit. So and everybody can move up a little bit forward, so the guests that will come in afterwards can move in the back.
Sounds okay. Okay, like this. They don't make any rules. You have to it's very hard because they're not centralized.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you so much for coming and participating in our Sunday festival. I request you all to please come ahead. We'll start sitting from here. I hope that there will be at least 30 more devotees will be coming as the evening progresses. So please come ahead. No, to the back. Hare Krishna. Kirtan. Hare Krishna. Thank you. I was just thinking of you guys when I was driving back. Thank you for coming to the Hare Krishna. We have His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj amongst us today. Today is the last day when Maharaj is giving class in Amsterdam. He's been with us since Thursday evening, and we had a lot of soul nourishing Krishna Katha for Vrindavan and entering a spiritual realm of existence. So, last opportunity at least in this trip. Let us be enthusiastic. Hear from Maharaj in a way that he is inspired now at the end. That maybe he will tell that next time he will come for 10 days and not 3 days anymore. Let's welcome Maharaj by repeating the Hare Krishna mantra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare sound really enthusiastic. Let's do it really enthusiastically. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let's have one Keshava Maharaj ki. Hare Krishna.
kirtan ki Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna everyone, so welcome this afternoon. So happy to be with you. My obeisances and respects to all the wonderful devotees here. A great Bhagavan. With your permission, we will proceed. And yes, we are here. So welcome. The Srimad Bhagavatam explains that the world is like a river of names. This whole world is like a river, and all of us are like straws. And we're all floating down the stream of the river of names. And then at some point in the river, all of the pieces of straws meet for some time. And after some time, all of those pieces of straw disperse and all go in their own directions. So here we are this evening, this afternoon. Together, pieces of straw in the river of names. And as soon as this program concludes, we will all go in our different directions. I'm off to London. You can join me if you like. Otherwise, I'm sure you have many other wonderful places to go. But while we're here, it's all the arrangement of Krishna. And so we have a bit of an opportunity to discuss Bhagavad Gita. So I can try and share whatever thoughts I had. I wonder if any of you, I didn't come with a prepared speech in mind. So I don't know if any of you have anything that is on your mind or any question that is running through your heart or your consciousness at this time. If you would like to raise some point here, I'm willing to go in that direction. If anyone has anything. Okay, Toshan who has something. He's laughing, now I'm scared. Okay, tell us, what is in your mind? What is in your heart?
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for the nice seminar yesterday about Vrindavan here in the temple. Really beautiful. I had a question yesterday, so just regarding Vrindavan, topic that you brought. And it is actually, what is the proper attitude or etiquette regarding imitating Vrindavan or the Brajabasis here in the Western world, like Amsterdam?
Okay.
The proper etiquette.
It's a dramatic soundtrack. Okay, I think we have to go with your question after that just happened. So, okay, let's go with that. What I'm going to do though, Toshan, with your permission, is I'm just going to backtrack a little bit because maybe everyone in the room is not familiar with Vrindavan and other aspects. So let me read a verse from the Bhagavad Gita talking about the concept of the spiritual world, where we are now, what the spiritual world is. And then I'll try to come into Vrindavan and answer your question. Is that okay? So the topic for today is the spiritual world. Is that an interesting topic? It said in the spiritual world, every step is a dance, every word is a song, every act is an act which is driven by love. The spiritual world is a place in which reality exceeds our dreams. whereas the material world is a place in which, our dreams are always higher than what the reality is. It always falls short. The spiritual world is where we're meant to be. As spirit souls, we have three qualities. In Sanskrit, we say Sat, which means we're eternal. Eternal. Chit, which means we're sentient, we're conscious. And Ananda, which means we're full of happiness. These are the three qualities of the soul, and this is the three qualities of spiritual existence, where you find eternity, full consciousness, and where you find happiness. Then you can understand this is the spiritual world. How does every single fairy tale end in the world? They lived happily ever after. Now, if you look at this statement, it's actually a deep theological statement. Because to live ever after means Sat. To live, to be conscious, means Chit. And to live, not just ever after, but to live happily ever after means Ananda. So when the fairy tales say we lived happily ever after, what they're actually pointing to is the nature of the soul, the nature of spiritual existence. But does anyone live happily ever after in the material world? If you really want to live happily ever after, you got to go to the spiritual world, because this world is Asat, Achit, and Nirananda, is temporary, full of ignorance and unhappy. So in the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains that the material world is a reflection of the spiritual world. He gives the example of a banyan tree. In Sanskrit, a banyan tree is known as Ashvatha, which literally means that which will not be here tomorrow. So if you imagine there's a banyan tree, and then there's a body of water, and then there's a reflection of that banyan tree, then what Krishna says is that the spiritual world is like the original form of that banyan tree. And when we have material desire, the body of water is known as material desire, then what happens is the spiritual world is reflected, and the material world is created, in which everything is upside down, in which it seems to be like the spiritual existence, but the substance is lacking here. And so this world is like a photocopy of the original world. It resembles the spiritual world, but it lacks in substance. So in the 15th chapter, Krishna explains this whole analogy, and then Krishna tells Arjuna about the spiritual world. So I think you can repeat after me. It's very, very beautiful. Krishna tells Arjuna. So you can repeat after me. Tatad bhashayate shuryo bhashashanko napavakaha yadgatva nanivartante tadhama paramam mama Tatad bhashayate shuryo Ashashanko napavakaha Yadgatva nanivartante Tadhama paramam mama. So this is what Krishna says to Arjuna. That supreme abode of mind is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. Yadgatva nanivartante. We're in the material world right now, but once you go there, you don't come back again. One time Srila Prabhupada, he was in a place called Jhansi, and he was distributing the book Easy Journey to Other Planets. So he gave the book to one person, and the person said, "Oh, can I go to other planets if I read this book? Prabhupada said, yes, you can go to the supreme planet. He said, wow. And I can go to the supreme planet. And then he said to Prabhupada, and then can I come back to Jhansi? Prabhupada said, wait. He said, no, can I come back here? Prabhupada said, no, yadgatva nani vartante. Once you go there, you don't come back. He said, I can't come back? He said, then I don't want the book. So we're so attached to this world, but actually this world is not where we're meant to be. And Krishna says, once you achieve that goal, you don't need to come back here. So I'll just read the first part of the commentary of Srila Prabhupada's beautiful words on this verse. The spiritual world, the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, which is known as Krishna Loka, Goloka Vrindavan, is described here. In the spiritual sky, there is no need of sunshine, moonshine, fire, or electricity, because all the planets are self-luminous. We have only one planet in this universe, the sun, which is self-luminous. But all the planets in the spiritual sky are self-luminous. The shining effulgence of all those planets called Vaikunthas constitutes the shining sky known as the Brahmajyoti. Actually, the effulgence is emanating from the planet of Krishna, Goloka Vrindavan. Part of that shining effulgence is covered by the Mahatattva, the material world. Other than this, the major portion of that shining sky is full of spiritual planets, which are called Vaikunthas, chief of which is Goloka Vrindavan. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Om Jnanatirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubheva Cha Patitanam Bhavebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Once Giriraj Swami, he asked Srila Prabhupada, why did Krishna create the material world? And Prabhupada looked right back and said, because he wanted it. In other words, we don't strictly believe in creationism. Krishna has no agenda to create this world. But all Krishna is doing is responding to the desire of the living entity. When the living entity desires to be separate from Krishna, then Krishna doesn't force that living entity to remain in any situation. And so this material world is created as an opportunity for the living entity to act out all of its desires. Sometimes the material world is compared to a prison, a place that we come to for reformation. Sometimes the material world is compared to a hospital, a place that we come to because our consciousness is quite healthy. Sometimes the material world is compared to a school or a university because here we get karma, and karma are the lessons that we are given in order to elevate our consciousness. So in different ways the material world is compared to different things because this material world has its own function, has its own purpose. And therefore, when the living entity becomes wise, when the living entity becomes awakened, then the living entity says to itself, I don't think I'm in the right place. I don't think this is the place where I'm going to find satisfaction of heart. And that time, the living entity begins the spiritual search. Until one comes to this point of becoming somewhat frustrated with the material world, there's no reason to begin a spiritual journey. Therefore, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that everyone in this room is frustrated. I'm reading your minds. To some extent, we must be frustrated, because if everything was perfect, if there was no problem, then why would we be looking for something higher? Therefore, all of us have the experience of being frustrated in some way, shape, or form in the material world. Maybe it was a relationship let down. Maybe it was an achievement that you never achieved, or an achievement that you did achieve but didn't make you happy. Or maybe it was something you saw in the world, in the interactions around you. Something triggered it. Something made you realize, no, this is not the place. This can't be it. C.S. Lewis, the Christian writer, said, "If I find within myself a desire which no experience of this world can fulfill, then I must conclude I was made for another world." So when we come to that point of realizing, I don't think I'm going to fulfill it here, then we begin the spiritual search. So Krishna says such a person is actually very, very rare. Manushyanam sahasreshu kashkin yatati siddhaye. Out of many thousands of people in this world, one may come to the point of beginning their spiritual journey. And then Krishna says, out of those who begin their spiritual journey, maybe one may achieve some level of perfection. And out of many of those who have achieved some level of perfection, maybe one will understand me in truth. So it's a very, very rare person who will embark on the spiritual journey. And it's an even rarer person who will actually perfect the spiritual journey. So Krishna says that we're all here. We're all in a transit lounge, like I mentioned. We're in the river of names, just here for some time. And we're all on our journey. Another English writer says, we are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. So we're spiritual beings. This human experience is just a chapter. But we're spiritual beings. And so what Krishna does is, along the way, he puts a few speed bumps in the road. He puts a few speed bumps in the journey of life. Aren't speed bumps annoying? But speed bumps are necessary, because if they're not there, then you just whiz across the road without being conscious. So the speed bumps make you stop. They make you become more aware, more conscious. They make you look at your surroundings. And in the same way, Krishna sends many experiences of this world which are like speed bumps, which make us think, oh, maybe there's more. And then when we do this, then we begin the spiritual path. And the first thing that all spiritual teachers will tell you, doesn't matter what tradition they're in, they will tell you that this is not our true home. No spiritual teacher will tell you otherwise. Every spiritual teacher will tell you that this nature that we're living right now is not our true home, and that we must reach them. So Krishna, when he wants to take us back to the spiritual world, he is working hard. He's doing many, many different things. So he gives us the scriptures. He gives us very, very realized personalities who remind us of that place. Krishna sends many, many experiences in our life which awake us to that place, awaken us to that place. But one other very, very amazing thing that Krishna sends to this world to remind us of the spiritual world is a replica of the spiritual world. Krishna actually takes a piece of the spiritual world and re-establishes that spiritual world in the material world to remind us of where we're meant to be. And such places are called tirthas. Have you heard this word? Tirtha literally means a bridge. So in this world, there are many, many tirthas, and they are holy places. And what they do is they act as a bridge between the material world and the spiritual world. In other words, when you go to those holy places, even though they're not situated in one sense in the spiritual world, they are the spiritual world. And they give us a glimpse of the spiritual world even while we are in the material world. So, if you go, for example, to modern day India, then there are many, many tirthas. If you go to the north of India, then there's Badrik Ashram, which is a tirtha. If you go to the south of India, then there's Rameshwaram, which is a tirtha. If you go to the east of India, then there is Jagannath Puri, which is a tirtha. If you go to the west of India, there is Dwaraka, which is a tirtha. These are the 4 directions of India which are considered to be the 4 what we call dhams. Dham also means a spiritual sacred place. But of all the sacred places in the entirety of the world, of all the tirthas, it's said that there is one tirtha or one sacred place which is the source of all other sacred places. And that one sacred place is Vrindavan. Vrindavan is said to be the source of all other holy places, and by going to this one holy place, you can get the benefit of going to any holy place, because everything is contained within Vrindavan or Braja. And so, those who are wise take advantage of going to these places, because in these places one can begin to remind themselves of what the spiritual world is like. I don't know if you've ever heard of amnesia. Have you ever heard of amnesia? Amnesia is when someone wakes up, or it could be from a fall or a knock, something like that. And they forget who they are. They forget their identity, their name, where they live, what they used to do, who their family members are. They can't tell anything again. And in order to solve that amnesia, what they do is they take that person back to the places where they used to work, or the places where they used to go to school, or the places where they used to meet their friends. And just by being around those familiar situations, then what happens is that one regains their memory. Oh, I was this person. I was doing this before. This was my identity. So by exposing ourselves to certain environments, we can reawaken our memory of who we really are. And therefore, those who are on the spiritual path take time to go to the holy places. Now, the holy places are very, very powerful for a variety of reasons. The first thing is that obviously that holy place is already a replica of the spiritual world, so it has many things which remind you of the spiritual world. But the other reason why holy places are considered very, very powerful is because in holy places you meet holy people. You meet people who are not just living in that holy place, but are living in transcendence. And therefore, by going to those holy places and associating with those spiritual people, then one begins to gain an insight into that which they currently don't have any realization of. And therefore, have you ever had the experience of seeing something through someone else's eyes? Sometimes 2 people can look at the same thing and see something completely different. Have you noticed? Once there was a couple, and they were looking at another couple, and this couple, the man came round to the passenger seat, he opened the door, and the wife went in, and he closed the door very nicely. And this couple was watching, and the wife said to the husband, "Just see, the marriage is new." And the husband looked back at the wife and said, no, no, the car is new. Two people can see the same thing. They see something completely different. Therefore, it depends whose eyes you're seeing through. Then you'll get a certain realization. So sometimes we don't see anything that special going on. But when you're with someone who has a very deep vision, then just by being in the proximity of that person, you begin to see something that otherwise you would never see. And therefore, sometimes people were with Srila Prabhupada. And just by being close to Srila Prabhupada, they began to see things which otherwise they had never seen in their life. Because there's a sense that you see through the eyes of a great soul. And so, it's said that we go to the holy places because there are very holy people there. There are personalities who have dedicated their heart, their mind, their words to God. And therefore they are very close to God. It's said that they have a particular type of vision. Premanjana Churita Bhakti Vilochanena. They have eyes which are salved with the ointment of love. So their eyes are seeing through eyes of love. And therefore they're seeing that which we cannot see. And so Toshan Prabhu was asking, there are these great personalities in Vrindavan who love Krishna, who love God. And when we look at ourselves, we are very different. We are very far away from them. So how do we get inspired by them? How do we absorb their mood? And at the same time not try to imitate them or be artificial, because we are not them. But at the same time we want to grasp the mood, the love, the emotion, the attachment that they have. So in Sanskrit there are two words. One word is anusarini and another word is anukarini. Anukarini means to imitate. And Anusharini means to follow in the footsteps, to imbibe the mood. And so when we look at the great souls, whether they're the holy people of Vrindavan or the great souls that we hear about in the ancient scriptures, then we don't try to imitate their activities. But what we try to do is understand what is their mood. And then we look at our life and we ask ourselves, how can I take that mood and imbibe it in my time, place, and circumstance and according to something that's sustainable for me? So, for example, the great souls in Vrindavan would take many, many severe vows of austerity. For example, Raghunath Das Goswami, every single day he would pay 1,000 obeisances to was it to Bhagavan? To the Lord. 2,000 obeisances to the Vaishnavas. He would chant many, many rounds. He would sleep very, very little. And he would make these vows, and he said his vows were like lines on stone. So when we read that, then we try to understand what is the essence of that. That I have to be committed, that I have to be focused, that I have to apply myself, disregarding material comfort. But then what we do is we take all of those principles and then we look at our own life. In our own life, to pay 2,000 obeisances to Vaishnavas every day may be not so practical. But we have to understand, I have to bow down. Yes, I must bow down in humility. So how can I do that? When will I do that? What is the mood that I will have whilst I'm doing that? And then to imbibe that humility in a way that is practical to us. So therefore, when we go to Vrindavan, what we're trying to do is not just hear the stories. We're not just trying to read about the characters who are living in Vrindavan, but we're trying to understand what was their spirit, what was their heart. What made them so special to Krishna? Why were they so dear to the Supreme Personality of Godhead? And then we have to ask ourselves, how can I mold my character in such a way to become such a person? They say, don't try to see God, but act in such a way that God will want to see you. And so, when you read about all these great personalities, we're asking ourselves the question, where do I need to change? How can I improve? And how can I make my heart soft like their heart, so that Krishna will become very active in my life? And so we do this with guidance, with inspiration, and with maturity. And in this way, Vrindavan is a great inspiration for us, because we need examples. Everyone in the world needs a role model, right? Who are the role models that people follow today? Those role models aren't going to take them very, very far. But then for us, the role models are those individuals who are completely in love with Krishna, because their character speaks volumes. Everything that is written about in hundreds of pages of scriptures, everything that is talked about in thousands and hours of lectures, if you just observe the spirit of those who live in the holy places in devotion, then you can understand all of those lessons just by looking at their life. So this is a great opportunity for all of us. So yes, these are some thoughts. So Krishna is inviting us here. There's a beautiful place. There's no need for the sun there. There's no need for any illumination. Prabhupada says there's no need for electricity. Actually, there's no word, I don't think so, for electricity in the Sanskrit language. But just to make it understandable for us, because illumination in this world always comes from electricity, Prabhupada puts that into the translation. Srila Prabhupada is trying to teach us that there's no artificial needs there. Everything is going on beautifully, naturally, spontaneously, effortlessly by Krishna's plan. So we can go there. We can go to that place. But it requires one to make a special effort and to become qualified. To go to any place in this world, you need to get a visa. No visa, no entrance. So what is a visa to get into the spiritual world? It's not going to be how many rounds you've chanted in your life. It's not going to be what movement you're part of. It's not going to be any title that you were given. It's not going to be how many verses of the scriptures you memorized. None of that is going to count at the gates. What's going to count is how much love you have in your heart. The weight of your love will be the only thing that will tip the scale. And so we turn to those who have so much love. We don't have so much love. We are impoverished in love. So, yeah, it takes time. So, but at least we have great role models. We have great inspirations. Yeah, they're so in love. Uddhava was so in love with Krishna. So Vishaka here, so I remember Uddhava. Uddhava came to my mind. Once Uddhava, he saw a lady and he got attracted. And he said, how is it possible? How is it possible that I could get attracted to someone other than Krishna? He said, there can only be one explanation. This lady must be Krishna. And it was. Krishna. But the amazing thing is, he just had that strong realization, how can I can't be attracted? It's not possible. So we're attracted to so many things apart from Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, so maybe I, instead of giving a long lecture, maybe stop here and see whether you may have any thoughts, any feelings, any questions. Yes, thank you.
Maharaj, I had a question from the beginning of the lecture. I really wanted to know if you have, because I've asked it a few times, but I never get like a proper answer. Well, I'm not necessarily going to get a proper answer which satisfies my. I wanted to know. So once we go to Krishna, we never come back. Where do we come from? Our souls, and are all our souls, are they the same? Are we equal as in what we are, as our essence? And how is it possible then that ones are at one point and others at another point?
Okay, yes. Thank you for raising this question. How in the world did we get here? Okay, how to begin to answer this question. So let me first begin with some of the things I'm sure you've already heard before, and then we'll develop the argument. In order for there to be love, there must be free will. No free will, no love. And therefore, the spiritual world is revolving on free will. There's no force, there's no coercion, there's no insistence of Krishna for anyone to be there. So then at a certain point, Srila Prabhupada explains we develop a curiosity. Does it mean we had some dissatisfaction in the spiritual world? No, not necessarily. But because we have free will, it just means that there are options. And as soon as we begin to contemplate options and focus on that contemplation, then the opportunity has to open up for us to be. So Srila Prabhupada seems to say to us that it's nothing other than just curiosity which brings us here. One Christian theologian, he gives an interesting argument. Because we may say, but that arrangement of Krishna to allow us to have free will brings us into a situation of great suffering. So one Christian theologian makes an interesting argument. He says that a seeming evil that God perpetrates can be justified if that seeming evil is superseded, is committed to avoid a greater evil. That's an interesting argument. Because then what the theologian goes on to say is that the greater evil than not allowing the living entity to come to the material world, the greater evil than that would be to take away free will. That's a greater evil. Because if you take away free will, then you take away the opportunity to fulfill the heart in a relationship of love. And so if you take away that, then you take away life itself. And therefore, a seeming evil of allowing the living entity to come here can be justified because it circumvents a greater evil, which is the Lord taking away our free will. And so we come to this material world and we experience whatever we experience here. Are all souls created equal? Yes. They're Sat, Chit, Ananda. They're of the same substance. Yet some souls, because of free will. Now you may say, why is it that some come and some don't? Well, that's the nature of free will. There's no, if I could give you an explanation behind that, it wouldn't be free will. Because there would be a cause to making that decision. You understand? So, this is the answer that Srila Prabhupada generally gave. Now, the plot thickens. Because Prabhupada did seemingly also make other statements that one cannot fall from the spiritual world. So how do you reconcile all of this? In an article called Conceiving the Inconceivable, Ravindra Swarup Prabhu gives an interesting explanation which for me is quite satisfying. And I'll try and share it with you. Shall I go into the detail of this?
Yes.
Is it okay? It's not too technical. Okay, you asked for it. The material world is made up of different levels of planetary system. Agreed?
Yes.
We are right in the middle. We're in the earthly planet. Agreed?
Yes.
As you go up in the universe, time dilates. Understand? So when you are at the topmost planet in the material universe, you're in Brahmaloka. Agreed? Now, time dilates. So one day on Brahmaloka is like 6 months on the earth planet. Even Einstein talked about this, the relativity of time. Okay, so you get my point? As we go higher in the universe, time dilates. Then when you get to the edge of the material universe, time is 0. And when you go into the spiritual world, there's no time. There's no time in the spiritual world. So Ravindra Swarup Prabhu, he says, the reason why it's so hard to answer this question is because you're trying to answer it in a narrative which spans 2 different time dimensions. If I ask you the question, can you leave a place in which there's no time? What would your answer be? Can you leave a place where there's no time? If you say yes, my next question is, when? And can you re-enter a place in which there's no time? If you say yes, my question is, when? So in theory, you can't leave a timeless place. And in theory, you can't re-enter a timeless place. So when we kind of try to map this journey, and we were in the spiritual world, and then one day we fell, and then we met the Hare Krishnas, and then we went back, and then we lived happily. It doesn't really make sense because you're trying to create a linear narrative to describe an event that's spanning 2 different time dimensions. So language cannot convey what's actually going on here. Language has deep limitation. For example, if I ask you, who came first, your child or you? Oh, sorry, your child or the mother? The mother. Obviously. Wrong. Because until your child was born, you were not a mother. So I could make 2 statements. The mother comes before the child, and I'd be right. And I could make the complete opposite statement. The child comes before the mother, and I'd be right. And you would say that's a contradiction, and you would be right. Kind of. So my point is, the English language, when we try to frame an event like the fall of the jiva and try to encapsulate it within a statement, you'll have the feelings that you're feeling, that I don't have a satisfactory answer. Trying to answer this question in a narrative that pins it down is a sure way to give yourself a headache. Because it's something, we have to always understand that language has its limitations. And so even amongst the teachers in the Vedic tradition, you will find that they describe this in very, very different ways. And perhaps that's because there are many, many different perspectives to it that can be reconciled when we go to a deeper level. But you may say, but they seem to say different things. But it doesn't matter, they can still coexist. For example, if I say to you, The pen is mightier than the sword. Agree? Yeah. But then what about if I say to you, actions speak louder than words? Agree? Yeah. True. Both are true in their own way. What about if I say to you, birds of a feather flock together? Yeah, true. But what about if I say to you, opposites attract? Yeah, true. What about if I say to you, too many cooks spoil the broth? True. But what about if I say to you, many hands make light work? So, English has its limitations. One statement can be true, and there can be a seeming different statement which is also true because things are multidimensional and are happening. So, I'm sure I haven't satisfied you, but maybe there's something there. Would you like to respond to that?
I would like to ask one thing. If there is no time here, and we wouldn't like leave
In the spiritual
the
world,
spiritual world, is it then that the part of us that's subjected to time could experience this while we're still there? Or am I going too far?
so you're asking, do we literally leave the spiritual world, or is there like just some shadow aspect of us that's here while we're still remaining there?
It's only the aspect that needs to evolve us. The purer part of us. Like it's the bigger of us.
But I've never read that. It's not described in that way. It's not described in that way that there is a part of us which remains, a part of us which comes. We are a soul, we're an individual, sentient, living entity. And we come to the material world. It's described like that. We come to the material world. But at the same time, it said that you can never really leave the spiritual world, as I said, because it's time. So how does that work? It's inconceivable. It's beyond logic. Because as I said, it's spanning different time dimensions. Thank you. Yes.
In the spiritual world, do we have an identity, a name, and address, or something like that? The way we have it here. What would be my identity?
Yeah, in the scriptures it's explained everyone has a swarup. Swa means your own and rupa means form. So it's explained that you can have different relationships with Krishna as a servant, as a friend, as a parent, as a lover. And remember, this world is a photocopy. So everything you're doing in this world, you know, there are gatherings, there is singing, there are babies crying. It all happens up there as well. And we have our own spiritual identity, yes. So you have your identity, it's already there. You just need to rediscover it. Love is not something that we're gaining from somewhere else. It's already in your heart. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prem Sadhya Kabunoi Shravana Adi Sudachite Karaye Yudoi. Eternal love for Krishna is established within your heart. You have a relationship with Krishna. So by the process of hearing and chanting, that is awakened. So spiritual life is about unforgetting God. You just got to stop forgetting Him. Just remember.
My last question, please.
Okay.
If the spiritual world is self-illuminated, it means there's no night and day. How does Krishna have the Rasa dance that takes place at night?
Yeah, we're really going into realms that we can't. Can you guys ask some practical questions? Asking about the spiritual world. Find out when we get there. So how does it work with the self-illuminate spiritual planets? So we have to understand that there is one energy which is working in this world and another energy which is working in the spiritual world. In this world, the energy that's working overtime is called Mahamaya. If you're not sure what it is, just go out into Amsterdam town centre around 10 o'clock. Maybe it starts earlier here, I think, about 9, and you'll see people who are being subjected to Mahamaya. Right? There's an energy which seems to cover us. So in the spiritual world, it's said that all the activities of Krishna are being arranged by Yoga Maya. So although it's a self-luminous planet, Yoga Maya can create all kinds of different aesthetic backgrounds and sceneries and habitats for Krishna to perform his pastimes. And so by the arrangement of Yoga Maya, everything, the spiritual world is a place of unlimited possibility. We experience darkness in this world because there's limitation. But the darkness of the world in the spiritual world is created by Yoga Maya, not out of limitation, but to expand the pastimes and the pleasure of Krishna. So we can understand that by Yoga Maya, anything can happen, because that energy works to cover. It may work to cover the sunlight. It may work to cover one's intelligence. It may work to cover one's sense of relationship with someone. Whatever is required, Yoga Maya has got it covered. Sorry for the pun. Got my point. It's alright. There's a lot of hands here. I don't know what to do. Like,
It's getting quite
it's
late.
getting
because-
quite late. Yeah, and then we got down
I
at the
think
last
another also
one, and well, sometimes you can't figure it out in the head. Can't figure it out through questions and answers. We just gotta sing for Krishna. So I
come
can
back
see,
to other
well,
questions,
come
yeah,
back.
yeah.
I think I confuse people more. That's why we say. Well, today we talked about the spiritual world. How can we understand the spiritual world is beyond our conception, but still Krishna gives us a glimpse to whet our appetite to want to go back there. So good luck on the journey back to your real true home. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj ki! Maharaj, we really hope that you come back in April for longer time, maybe at least a week. If devotees really want Maharaj to come back, let's all sing Hare Krishna Mantras as loud as we can, so he really comes back. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Next tone, one more level. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. The devotees now will be standing up. There is no space here, so we need to stand up for kirtans. And all the Matajis can be on the left of the hall and Prabhuji on the right of the hall. We greeting Shri Karunatya Bhagavan and singing our Arati. Haribo. Shri Karunatya Bhagavan ki.
Prabhupada ki. It's going to be seen from the Srila Prabhupada ki. Antakoti Vaishnava ki. Nam Acharya Sri Haridas Thakur ki. Sri Rupa Sri Sanatan Tathaguna Sri Jitpala Bhattadas Raghunath Satguru Swami Prabhu ki. Prem Sikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasari Gaura ki. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamunda Radha Kunagiri Govardhan ki. Sri Vrindavan Dham ki. Sri Shri Damodar ki. Sri Sri Karnanitai Gaurachandra ki. Sri Radha Gopinath ki. Gaur Premananda. All glory to the assembled devotees. All glory to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gaura.
भगवान की भक्तराज प्रयाग राज की जगन्नाथ की राधा दामोदर की शिल प्रभुपाद की
Hare Krishna, dear devotees.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, maybe you can come in. We have a garland for Maharaj, this is here.
Rajarani.
Rajarani, Mataji. Please hand over the garland. Social media. Give it to. Is on Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj ki. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Dear devotees, thank you so much for coming and participating in our Sunday Feast Festival. At least in recent times, this is the biggest crowd we are seeing in temple. We want Amsterdam to be like this every week. We really hope that you all come and make this temple Vrindavan. And so that we all need to become a little more extending, because you know Amsterdam, the weather is not good sometimes, it's very good sometimes. So when the weather is very good, we don't get people. When the weather is not very good, we don't get people. Maybe you can take some time and heart and energy to come and participate in our feast and festival every week. We do this every week. This is what we do. Mataji is mostly here. She sings with the same energy, even if there are 5 people or 10 people or 50 or 100 people. So thank you, Mataji. Amazing kirtan. Hare Krishna. So if you please raise your hand, if you're coming here for the first time, you're getting a small gift from Srila Prabhupada. Okay? Maharaj will hand over the gifts. Hare Krishna. Please raise your hands if you're here for the first time. Okay, they are there, and maybe Manjari Mataji can hand over the Mataji said. Half of it you can give to Mataji. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Anyone else for first time? Somebody, okay. One. There. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, all those who have come here for the first time. It's nice that you're here. We really hope that you keep coming. Okay. Some things are coming in. Krishna, thank you. Today's Sunday feast was cooked by Srini, Cynthia, Suhas, and Sudhir. Tanisha, anyone else? One more Mataji who was late, they don't know. They have cleared a South Indian feast. This is their first time cooking Sunday feast also. Let's thank them all. Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Hare. You see the wonderful altar decoration? Rajarani Mataji did all this by herself. Rajarani Mataji did the decorations of the flowers. I meant the back. Right? So, next week, 5th of, and Vivek Prabhu is there. If you can put the, Srini, can you ask Vivek to put the Diwali thing on the screen? We have Diwali festival coming Sunday. We don't have Sunday feast next Sunday. The Diwali festival will be happening in a hall which we have rented in Outhorn. We are hoping there will be 600-700 people. Usually we have seen Diwali has become one of cultural Bollywood sort of event. Very strong. Try to bring a lot of heart and a lot of spirituality. We have Sri Rama Yajna, we have Sri Sitaram Abhishek, drama, cultural performances, dance, singing, Namagarashtakam, and other things. So please come and participate. It's a free event. You can please come in and just make the festival a grand success for ISKCON Amsterdam. So that's for next week. The flyer will come soon. 3rd week of November we'll be having His Grace Mahatma Prabhu visiting us. That's already fixed also. 23rd of November he'll be here until 27th, I believe. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday we'll be having more festivals like this put together. Interesting, that's going to be the last week of Kartik. So first we begin with His Holiness Swami Keshava Maharaj. Next Sharad Purnima, the full moon night, we'll be having His Grace Mahatma Prabhu. So we'll be having one more festival like how we did yesterday, Vrindavan festival. So anything else? What I'm forgetting? Yes. I guess not. But Maharaj was here with us. If you want to meet Maharaj and okay, these are all done. That's the one festival. You can get our address here. If you're inspired to contribute to temple, into either any of these festivals or Sunday feasts or whatever, please approach me outside, or Sri, or Toshan, or Vijay Prabhu, whoever. Please come and willingly, voluntarily give something for Krishna this month of Kartik. Any spiritual activity which you do here, especially the chanting of the holy names, Srimad Bhagavatam, very, 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 very powerful. But if you also give charity towards Krishna, so that others can also get benefited in reciting Bhagavatam, in chanting Hare Krishna mantra, or singing Krishna, so will be much more amplified. You will get 100 times better benefits. So yeah, please consider a donation if you are willing. Prashadam today will be to go. We just don't have any space here to serve. So yeah, we'll be a to go box Prashadam. You can collect it outside. After Namagarashtakam, we'll be reciting Namagarashtakam. Yesu Sampati Prabhu will be singing Namagarashtakam today. And we'll be offering our hearts to Krishna and Damodar and Gaurachandra. But before that, let's thank Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj, who's with us since Thursday. He has given his heart, poured his heart into us all. Perhaps if there was time, he would have been continued to giving class next 2 hours. But unfortunately, we are limited by the little time we had. We really hope that Maharaj, you come back again during King's Day for a week at least minimum. Let's thank Maharaj, very loudly chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Keshava Maharaj ki So we have books compiled by Maharaj and written by Maharaj. This is book Bhagavata. This is an essence of Srimad Bhagavatam, and there is also a book by name in essence. If you want to get these books, please contact Chitralekha. We'll be standing outside. That's it. Maybe we should stand up because now we will do this. That's it, Lekha. Hare Krishna. Please approach her and you can get it signed from Maharaj. Maharaj will be here till 7 o'clock. That's the absolute deadline. We have to leave at 7 o'clock. We have a small ceremony now. Srini and there is also calendar, real calendar. That's from Norway, also applies to Amsterdam. Just €5. Please collect it outside from Social if you want it. We have an Annapration ceremony for Prahlad, who is a mystery boy here. He was born with the blessings of Narasimha Dev. So on the day of Narasimha Jayanti, Sindhya Mataji performed the role of Kayadu, and she was 9 months pregnant. Keshava was also visiting a few weeks before, and when Prahlad was born, somehow I told that Prahlad is born, and then his horoscope came out to be the letter with P. So they gave the name as Prahlad. So today is his next samskara. We have been doing Garbhadan for samskara for him, Namakarana samskara for him. Today is next stage of his life is Annaprashana, and he's going to have first grains of food from his Swami from Keshava, right? Let's please bless this boy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. As usual, we end with a little bit of meditation. Let's, quick food. Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Jai. So let's meditate on Vrindavan.
Go be knocking on your door when you're 18.
Go. Let's quickly meditate upon Vrindavan, the land of Krishna, and we'll be moving to the Rashtakam afterwards. This is the month of Kartik, as we announced again. Today is the first day. Yesterday is the Purnima, the full moon night. And today is the first day, the Padya, first day of Kartik. Let's put our heart into Damodar. Damodar is the form of Krishna, in which Krishna is tied with love by Mother Yashoda. Krishna is never tied. Ishwapanishad tells that nobody can crack Krishna. But Mother Yashoda caught Krishna, not just caught Krishna, she found Krishna with love in her heart. So let's meditate upon this form of Krishna as baby Gopal Damodar and sing. Jaya Jaya Radhe, Jaya Jaya Shyam, Jaya Shri Vrindavana Dham, Jaya Jaya Radhe, Jaya Jaya Shyam, Jaya Shri Vrindavana Dham, Jaya Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shyam. Bhagavan ki jai, Bhagavan ki jai, Bhagavan ki jai, Bhagavan ki jai, Bhagavan ki jai. So we have it from Rashtakam now. Please make line, one line here, maybe Mataji, one line here, Prabhuji.
Can you make the print larger so people can actually read it?
Sure, yes. So we can have the Rashtakam on the screen. And
Where shall I sit?
you can sit here. I'll bring the harmonium. You want to play the harmonium or you want Manjari to play harmonium? Either somebody. You want? Either somebody, bro. Either somebody, bro. Either somebody, bro.
In front of you all the time.
You want to play harmonium or you want her to play harmonium?
No, I cannot play. I even cannot play this on carpet.
Hare Krishna.
This way. Otherwise, they will stand. Somebody going to put the text there?
Just put something whichever is going to be.
Okay. Specific beat, huh? You know,
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Vijay Prabhu. Prabhu, it's okay. Just give it to me the phone.
no, that's not very practical. Also upstairs, because I have to scroll.
I will be there. As soon as we have
If you can arrange this thing, I can scroll myself.
Manjari, can you start? Namam Vishwaram Sachi Anandarupam Rasakundalam
If you want, you can continue budget like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I can do one
Come on. Watch it, sing.
Prabhu can play the guitar.
And because he was hungry before, he was asking for rice. In Spanish, he was asking for rice. Rice and salad. Now.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare